Hello, everyone, and welcome to twitch.tv/HobbyBoxBurns. I am Joe Burns, HobbyBoxBurns, and we are here for more Final Fantasy XIV Online Shadowbringers main story quest. So I hope everybody had a great weekend. Wasn't able to stream over the weekend, had some other things that popped up, which is wont to happen in life, right? But we are ready to jump back into some Final Fantasy XIV tonight. We'll get back to Xenogears on Friday night. And so that will be the plan for that. Otherwise, last time we made it to the Crystarium? I think it's called the Crystarium. So we made it there. We're able to take in the entire area. We met the Crystal Exarch, who is the kind of guy who runs the Crystarium. At least it seems like it's a guy. It's hard to tell if they're entirely gendered or not. So yeah, and so basically we had an option. We could either go track down Elfino, or we could track down Alisaie. And so we decided to get back together with our best bud, Alisaie. At least canonically to me, that is who the Warrior Light's best bud is. Granted, you hang out a lot more with Elfino first. I don't think I made any sales over the weekend. That's a little unfortunate. Granted, I'm not selling a whole lot of anything that's of much worth. Yeah, so it doesn't look like I sold anything, which, I don't know, that's to be expected. I don't have some of the stuff that I have on the market has been on the market for quite some time. I probably should just clear it off and purge those things. Maybe take them over to sell to Doma. I mean, that is always our option. So yeah. Hopefully everybody's having a great Monday evening. But we need to just hop ourselves. Ooh, we have to make this a favored destination. The question is what do we remove? I suppose we probably could get rid of Quarry Mill as a favored destination, because we could easily just return here and then travel to Quarry Mill pretty cheaply. So we are going to do that. First things first when we get over to... Whoa. Well, that was a little bit of a weird bug. Off to the Crystarium in Norvrant. Alright, let's settle in while we're doing that. Oh, there we go. So yes, hope everybody had a good weekend. Mine was fun. I cannot complain at all. I mean, you can always complain about whatever, but what's the point? What's the point in complaining, right? Alright, so yeah, let's take care of that first here. Set as a... So we'll get rid of Quarry Mill, because that'll help us out overall in the long run. Ooh. Sights of the First? Nuts to you? Oh, okay. Those would be the hunting logs. Or not hunting logs, but the, I am not heading the right direction for either of them. Spa Gyrix, huh? Can we walk through here? No. Okay. Failing miserably at everything right now. To be expected, I guess. XIV. So what? Okay, the Rookery. Now, I think the Rookery is actually where we need to go. So let's actually go to the pendants here. Hey, Zach. Been watching some Bravely Default 2 streams. Still haven't finished the first one yet. I have not either. Actually, the farthest I made it into the first one was like 5 hours. And I recently picked it up because we are actually doing that sometime in the near future for one of my friend's podcasts. And so I haven't started it yet. Heard lots of good things. Lots of people are really enjoying it. I'm still trying to figure out how much of the first one I want to dabble with some more before I jump head first into the second one. And so, still trying to decide that. Otherwise, hey, good to see you. Glad you could stop by tonight. Yep, yeah, in this you can travel between worlds. It's just like the maximum cost to get to this one. That's why I set it as a favored destination, so it'll be about half price then. The Hume Lout thinks you might be the right person for a questionable job. Okay. I was going to say, at first I thought he was maybe naked. It's just his pants are the very same color as his skin there. Oh, you're you're her, aren't ye? Haldor's been asking after ye. You know Haldor, aye? Clan Nutsie's man. If you're keen to hunt the deadliest marks for the biggest bounties, then ye might want to seek him out. Ye'll find him by the board over in the Rookery. Though, if I were ye, I'd steer clear of that whole nasty business. Bad for one's health it is. That is a rockin' tune. Yeah, I was just curious if I wanted to try to delve into the systems just a little bit, just to sort of see what evolved from that. Then again, I was also thinking, because the concern I have is if the game systems are similar, and I've heard that Bravely Default 2, as well as the first one, can be a little grindy. So I'm trying to figure out to what extent do I want to play enough the first game just so that I could have comparisons, but not too much that I get sick of the second one because I'm playing like the same type of thing. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. But for the next podcast, the game that we're playing for the next podcast is The Medium, so I have to finish that first regardless, before I can jump into Bravely Default 2. So that'll hopefully be something I can finish up this week, since we're talking about it next Thursday. Haldor, here you are.
Could it be the esteemed warrior herself? Well met, miss, well met. You are a very hard woman to track down by all accounts, yet here you are in the flesh. How very blessed I am to make your acquaintance. I am Haldor of Clan Nutsie. Perhaps you have heard of us. We have certainly heard of you, I can tell you that. A fighter through and through. I'll come right to it. Interested in joining the clan? Apologies. Only a fool would sign up without knowing what we're about. And you're no fool, I can see that. The clan is, how should I put it? An association of adventurous souls who make a living hunting certain notable fiends. Marks, as we are wont to call them. Surely you're familiar with the concept. Norvrant is home to myriad living creatures, many of which pose a threat to her good people. Thus did the Exarch, at least I think it was him, in his boundless wisdom call upon the Settlement Council to develop a framework that would encourage motivated hunters to dispatch these menaces. To wit, ye brave souls who slay marks shall receive due compensation. Not at all a bad arrangement, eh? If you've a mind to reap the benefits, speak with Zille over there. She'll record your name in the ledger and see you registered as a clan member. Alright, Zille.
May I help you, miss?
I want to be in Clan Nutsy. At the urging of Haldor, was it? I see. You are plainly more than capable of acquitting yourself well enough in battle, so I have no grounds to refuse you. I hereby accept your application to join Clan Nutsy. Check the board for the latest bills. The tougher the mark, the better the reward. Hunt what you like, or nothing at all. However, you may only undertake hunts designated appropriate for a member of your current status, a novice. The clan is disinclined to allow unproven hunters to commit suicide by mark. Once you have achieved a sufficient measure of success, you will be permitted to pursue more dangerous fiends. Do try not to die before then, though.
I will do my best. Clan Nutsy hunts now accessible.
As a new member of Clan Nutsy, you are permitted to take bills of 1 nut clan marks from the clan hunt board. Defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you will be rewarded with tokens, which can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with either Zilly in the Crystarium or with Ilfroy in Yulmore. New quests and 2 nut clan mark bills will become available from Haldor in the Crystarium upon reaching level 73.
There's a new Harvest Moon game coming to PS4 and Switch tomorrow. Have a hankering to farm, so you might pick that up. And Story of Seasons releases later this month, yeah. If Lilypad drops by here, you'll have to ask her which direction she recommends. Because I can't remember if she prefers... I think she prefers Story of Seasons games now, because they were the original Harvest Moon developers. But I don't want to put words in her mouth. Oh, the other person's up top. But we might as well grab a couple of these marks off the nuts board. Okay, I think we're going to stick with just Lakeland ones, because I think that's the region we're in. I don't know if we're going to make it... Actually, we're going to Amarang, so I should grab some there, too. So we have a...
Gigatender.
Oh, that one looks cool. Okay, I've already accepted that one. Okay. We'll do... Okay, so then hop traps are going to be... Oh, I accepted all of them when I did that, right? There we go. I gotta start getting all this stuff down. Okay, yeah, I grabbed all of them. Okay, that works. I forgot how it's been so long since I've done any of the hunt stuff that I obviously couldn't remember how it worked. So I think if I jump up to the crystalline mean, that'll get me upstairs. But I did, so I've recently jumped back into playing a little bit of Bravely Default, the first one. And so I'm eager to jump into the second one.
Hold a moment, sinner. You're not from around here, are you? A fellow wandering soul? An eternal inhabitant of the road? I thought so. Irelauth the name. My aspiration is to travel the whole wide world, though it's a fair bit smaller than it used to be. So as far as dreams go, it's a lot more realistic than you might think. But danger still lurks in every corner and around every bend. Even so, this sinner's got nerves of steel. He's a born explorer, Irelauth. There's no land too distant or place too forbidden, aye. But what is that I spy poking out of your pack? A log, if I'm not mistaken. Give it over, if you would. Aha, I thought so! A record of fantastic vistas and unforgettable sights. We're kindred spirits, a morrow of a feather. Excellent, excellent. 'Tis only right that I share with you such wondrous experiences as you have with me. A collection of amazing vistas I catalogued myself that I guarantee will rival the best you have ever seen. Norvrant may be a shadow of its former glory, but there is still joy and excitement to be found if you know where to look, my friend. So I implore you, look, look, look! Follow in my footsteps, savor every moment of the journey, and then, when you feel you have discovered every secret this realm has to offer, start again. I promise you won't be disappointed.
So that basically just gave us our sightseeing log. There we go.
Shadowbringers entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be a disciple of war or magic of level 70 or above to record Shadowbringers vistas. Travel to the location indicated and fulfill the necessary conditions, and you will complete the entry for that vista, earning experience points in the process. Use your wits in the notes provided by Errorlath to identify these stunning sights in the proper way to appreciate them and see Norvrant as only the greatest explorers have seen her.
Think you accidentally completed your last hunt? Forgetting hunts were a thing in 14? Yeah. They just sort of sit there. I mean, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I have an elite clan mark bill here of a dude in Azazla that I haven't killed yet. Oh, and then I have this Wondrous Tales book, which is expired. Oh, three-star clan marks. Oh, look, I had so many of them done. Oh, then there's this. Oh, actually, I completed this, but it doesn't get rid of it. I should just discard it. Alright, so... Deliver the sealed missive to Cassard at the Amaro launch. Over there. Okay. I was gonna say, I think we're close to it. We just gotta go up. Up, up, up! Battery still separate. Yeah, that's what I kind of felt, is that reading there was like the the notification text afterwards. Just like... The sightseeing log might astound you, it might annoy you. But you should complete it only if you have the time to. If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. This is my sealed missive, sir.
Oh, a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Amarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need.
That I do, Cassard.
All set? Then off to the unforgiving sands we go.
You can now travel to Amarang. Speak with the adroit Amaro tamer to fly to the desert. You can also use your Aether Compass to assist with locating Aether Currents in new regions. Should you lose this compass, speak with Jesren to obtain another. Lost compasses can also be replaced speaking to this dude and that dude. Blah, blah, blah. My favorite part of the game, collecting Aether Currents so I can fly. It's not that bad, actually.
Arang. From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
This is some very, like, Enya-esque music, kind of.
Oof, no matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alisaie friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mord Souk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. All right, you lot, I'm off, and I'd better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back.
Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. What does this icon mean? Adjoining area. What do you have to say, La Rote? Before you start perusing these goods, I should point out they're going to Mord Souk. Not for sale, in other words. Alright. I could take a hint. Goes easier by a long shot if you hitch a ride with someone who has already gathered all the currents. Oh, that is true. You wouldn't have thought of it if you hadn't seen it done on Twitch the other day. That makes sense. Well, that takes out some of the fun. It's actually not terrible. And this is how we can go back. No. We're going to hang out here for a little bit longer. We're going to see what Thamoth has to say. I wish I could go back to the Crystarium to see my daughter once in a while. There's so much to do here. I doubt I'll have the chance anytime soon. Work, work, work. Level 71.
Khazar Sharl.
Cool looking enemy. Oh, this is one of the guys I have to take down. For Clan Nutsy. Oh. Ah. No. Controls. No. Failure. Cactuar Maximus. Yes. Very much so. Obtain 3 sacks of nuts. Oh, that's never not gonna make me laugh. That's so sad. It's so sad. I'm that easily amused.
Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Armarang, is it not? Before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that.
that.
They built them big, didn't they? That's Khazar Sharl, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabatharang. Seeing that what was left behind, I believe it when they say it that it was once one of Norvrant's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabatharang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. No, not many choose to come here these days, not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. Just wait until you see Mord Sook. Let's press on, shall we?
He kind of has like a He-Man face going on. And hair. He's the Rogadan He-Man.
By the power of Grayskull.
It's like the rib cage of a beast. Oh, it's got like weird growth in between everything too. But we need to go this way. Ooh, a fate. Bum ba da bum bum ba da bum bum. Pray destroy the waking sands. Oh. Oh. Like, the name of that is perfect for the Pray return to the waking sands. Let's do this. Healer stance. Let's jump in, huh? Now I'm close enough. Can I get there in time? Yes. I lost track of my gauge. Oh, this is going to be bad. Now the Chocobo's doing a pretty good job healing. I thought taking on 3 of these alone was going to be too much. We gotta hold on to that. I don't want to go into the life of the dragon yet. I gotta wait till Gear Skogul catches up here. Oh, yeah, I lost the proc. Nope, can't quite jump over that. Come on, I'm supposed to have, like, super special jumping. Hey. Bicolored gemstones, huh? Fates in certain areas offer bicolored gems as rewards. They can be exchanged with gemstone traders for rare items, some of which can only be obtained via these vendors. Completing fates in these areas with the highest rating possible will increase your rank, which allows the local gemstone traders to offer a wider selection of items. To view your progress in each applicable area, select Shared Fate from Travel in the main menu. Interesting. Okay. So there's other areas? Oh, I suppose it's every... It must be every, like, Shadowbringers area. So, like, this would be Lakeland first. Since I never actually did any fighting there yet. Backwards I am, I guess.
Here we are, Mord Sook. By the blessed shadow, I love this town.
Cassard stands at the entrance to Mord Sook, an eager smile on his face.
Mord Sook. Not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others, too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, but have you met a Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived.
If I remember correctly, am I not a Mord by like their naming scheme? Oh, there's Gingin. Ginjin.
Greetings! Buy something and help me feed my son. He has grown big and strong and is eating me out of house and home.
Oh, what is he? So, like, I thought he was like a goblin, but I've never seen their actual faces.
Latgar. Buying supplies at the right price is simple enough task. Transporting the damned things, on the other hand, is a different matter entirely. Very true. Logistics. We have an Amaro for hire, if you're interested. Actually, before I forget, let me add your name to our register. That way you'll be able to come back here anytime you like.
So we have Jinjin and Jinzin.
Come one, come all, your coin is always welcome here in Mordzuk.
What's the forecast? Daylight? A wise woman once said that she who does not pay heed to the skies will most surely get wet. Sound advice if you ask me. Would you like to hear what the skies tell us this fine day? This is the place to be a sky watcher. What's the forecast? Oh, everlasting light. How long's that gonna last for? Ever? Oh, you think it's gonna be any different? Like, no, everlasting light there too. What about Ilmek? No, everlasting light. Oh, sign me up for that. I'll do that job. Although it sounds like a pretty terrible place. Gelgel.
Greetings to you, travelers. There's something I can help you with.
What do you do here?
I am a scavenger. It might sound like we skulk around picking at dead animals, and sometimes we do, to be fair. But our job is to find lost shinies. Your kind call them relics, I believe. We take great pride in our work. Historians want to learn about the past, and we help them for a price, of course. All sorts of people come to Mordzuk. Travelers crossing the desert, historians searching for shinies, traders trading. But there is one thing they have in common. Jinglies to spend! Of course, if it were not for us scavengers, there would be little to attract such customers. Digging up ancient shinies is our specialty, and if you are looking for something in particular, we can find it for you.
Hey! Our first attunement outside of the main area. Oh, it's pretty cheap. Oh, I guess that's because it's a preferred location.
For just pennies on the gill.
Whoop. Oh, Gen instead of Ginjin.
Go on, introduce yourself to Master Gengen.
Kobolds, that's what they are. Not what, beady eyes? That's mean. So this is a Mord? I was wrong. I'm not a Mord.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
I had his voice wrong.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mords.
Sook is Mordish for city, As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too, many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but moored souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Maud dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Maud do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value.
I hope when he says shinies, that it's like Gollum saying, like, my precious.
That is why they come here. Come from far away. Come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some
Gengen.
sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Maud philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed.
He is the Rogaden He-Man, though. I'm almost positive.
Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Maud says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Jeez.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
This is a fun place for being like in a desolate wasteland. You guess it's probably nice that a planet in this reality can survive with eternal sunshine. Yep. Lord knows Jim Carrey couldn't survive eternal sunshine.
Ron. Welcome to Ron's Traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes?
Browse Ron's wares. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a foodstuff and expect it with... Oh, wow. This is like an elaborate shopping experience. Oh. Worms.
Everyone's favorite. Plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat.
Tortillas.
I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat.
So that's like naan, actually. Which I had for lunch.
That's my ever-burning bounty made with the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on a chilly desert nights.
And then we got skewers. Oh, okay. I was going to say these are pots.
Oh, you'll like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking.
I'll steer clear of the frogs. Had frog legs before, not a fan.
They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose? Which to choose?
I'm gonna go with the bush loaf. That actually sounds kind of good.
Ah, very wise. You won't wither on the sands with a gut full of cactus fruit filling. You have the gold? Yes, 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 yes. Oh, the gold, gold, gold. And done. One Volburtit honor buys you 40 loaves of bread.
Do I need this many loaves of bread? I don't have to eat them all in one sitting, do I? Calm down, Callista. Jeez. Every last mouthful.
What an appetite, what a belly! A new legend is born in Mordsuk. Consider your coin purse cracked. I am pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honored ours. Keeping the merchandise down, yes, no returns.
I did not expect something as fun as that for this little sort of interstitial thing here.
I am honored to have been chosen. Go to Gengen. Let him know that your coin purse has been most decidedly cracked.
Once again, nothing sexual. Family Guy would have a field day with all this coin purse talk.
I've never seen anyone eat so much of Ronron's cuisine in one sitting. You've a stronger stomach than I. I was watching from here, Callista. You honored our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. Cracking the coin purse is only the beginning. We have wares for every occasion, so feel free to spend to your heart's content.
White oak hand gear coffer. So is that going to be a ring? Must be a ring. Cassard is impressed by your gastronomic fortitude.
You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right. Now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for, you just need to do the lifting and carrying.
I can do that. That's my specialty.
I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit.
You may view the market receipt at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. Table cactus from Thon, iron ore from Thol Tol, Nabath Areng antiques, Mil, to be collected from Mul. Of course, it can't be easy. Oh, okay, so I'm going to have to actually grab the right things. I can't just grab everything. Alright, so let's get the names right. Oh, I guess I don't have to keep popping it up if it's in my chat. I can just pull that up. So, Thon, Thol Tol, and Mil. Thon, Thol Tol, Mil. Oop. Bum 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 bum. Okay, the box of antiquities to be collected from Mulmul. Ho ho, lovely, lovely pots. Hey, no touching, that merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Oh, why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no, no, no. Nabatharang relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Okay. Thonton. He was a dude that needed things, right? Table cactus. Those are herbal remedies, though. Is that what a table cactus is? Lift with your legs, not with your back. You came in with Cassard? Yes, good, good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack. Please take your prickly purchase. Whoa. Okay, so now we just need Tholtol, and he has iron ore. There he is. Crate of ore. Now then, what was I doing again? Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes, what kind of ore was it again? Iron ore. Iron ore, of course that would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Alright, so then we just gotta track down Cassard again. Don't tell me you've been round the entire market already. There you go. Working off the meal is the name of the quest. Aye, that's the lot, all right. Good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I'd thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch, but something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman to sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like an age since I last saw you. Hello. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesleen. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This lady was on her way to meet with Alisaie. I'm supposed to be taking her to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alisaie told me so much about you. You're Callista, aren't you? Oh, yes I am. I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesleen. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alisaie quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Callista's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble.
That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium.
Easy enough. Tesleen is eager to set off. Me too. Alisaie has been desperate to see you, Callista, so let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. But first, we've got an important quest icon from Gengen. Probably going to give us an Aether Current, right? Yes. Quest sync. Oh, okay, that's right. With this expansion, they sync all of the side quests to your level. So then it's not as much of a burden to be over-leveled as it was in the previous. So let's see what Gengen needs us to do. Greetings, friend. You like helping people, yes? Maybe you can help me too. You see, my son Gungun makes me very proud, but very worried. He works very hard, too hard for his own good. He follows orders, yes, follows them until someone tells him to stop. This is very dangerous, bad for his health. I need you to speak to him, persuade him to rest. He should be near the Red Sarai, probably leaving no stone unturned in his search for relics. Please tell him his father orders him to stop. Can do that. Let's see, whereabouts is that at? Oh, he's all the way back there, huh? Work to live or live to work? Bayawak attack. EXP bonus. And I think... No, that's not where we're going to be heading. We're going to be heading down here with her. So then, yeah, we might as well backtrack with that then. And then also... I can't remember... No, I don't. $152 yalms to the west. So up here, possibly? Oh, not that. 104 yalms to the northwest. Oh wow, can we go up in there? Up in here? Up in here. The one thing that is nice about the Aether Currents, I will say, is that it does prompt you to do more exploring, which is good. It's good that they give you something in the game to push you to explore the environment a little bit. We can't go in there, though. Well, it can't be, like, up there, because unless we have a means to get up there easily. Which it didn't seem like there were. Ah, there it is. Well... So I'm gonna guess we have to come back from over there through a secret passage to get to that, because I don't think we can jump up to that from here. Unless this allows us to climb. Oh, it sure doesn't. Yeah, so I think we have to come back at this from the other direction. Foiled already! Alright, we'll ride our Behemoth. We are very slow at this point in the game. Someone else is going at that. We should also check. $95 yalms to the west. All right, there it is. Hey-oh, got one. Wow, it really wants us to ride our behemoth mount. Oh, we gotta lose our enemies first here before we can talk to Gun.
Search the nooks, search the crannies, search high, search low. Oh, sorry, I did not see you there. Are you lost? Father says I must rest. That will not do. No. I will stop, but not yet. I need something to show for my efforts. All this scrabbling, all this searching, and still no shinies. You came here to tell me to stop, but if I refuse, your job will not be finished, will it? That will not do either. Wait! I have an idea. If you help me find shinies, my job will be over, your job will be over, and I can rest. Simple, yes? Look under that rubble and find whatever there is to be found. Maybe it will be valuable, maybe not. Either way, let us keep searching until we get at least one shiny. Need shinies. Danta. Hello, Danta. Without tomorrow, we'd struggle to transport goods between here and the Crystarium. A lot of the boxes here contain their feed brushes and whatnot.
This is like lo-fi beats to study to. Your search fails to yield any shinies. Gotta target that market, you know. Alright, shiny's gotta be here then. A signet ring! Very beautiful, very shiny. Oh, I bet you when I can do botany, I can harvest those cacti. Once I get high enough level. Hey, that person has a snowman mount too. What did you find? No more rubble, I hope? Ooh, this looks very special. Such pretty patterns. I have never seen one like this before. But how much is it worth? I am an expert in finding shinies, not a historian. Perhaps we should ask someone. Once we sell it, we will divide the profits between us. We worked as a team, so half for you, half for me. Fair is fair. Lord of the Ring. Such a pretty ring, almost too precious to sell. Almost. We will ask a friend of my father's how much it is worth. He is a good man, we can trust him. Well, as much as we can trust anyone that my father would call a friend. Anyway, let us meet in Mordsuk. Once we are done, we can discuss your reward. Heh. Only thing sweeter than a handful of shinies is a purse full of jinglies. Harbingers of Bloom. They really got their pun game on here, huh? We're gonna be lazy and just teleport back to Mortsuk.
It's so far to walk.
Oh, there he is. I was right next to him. How did I not notice that? Very close he is. This way. Poorly scribed flyer. He knows much about old things. Ancient things, more than me anyway. Scrupulous trader.
What have you got for me today?
I am not sure, but it is very lovely shiny. Here, take a look.
Let me see. My word, this is exquisite. Judging by the sigil, I'd say this originates from Nabathareng. You'll need to find an expert in that period to ascertain its true value, though.
You mean you do not know?
Sorry, Gun, but the chap with the cart near the south gate might be able to help. White hair, smells of cabbage.
Then we shall ask him. Thank you for your kind advice. Smells like cabbage, eh? He should be easy to find in that case. The cabbage man, can do what the cabbage can. So I really don't do the side quests, but I do like doing the ones that have like the storylines to them, which usually start with the one Aether Current and then have the image on the side quests. I like to see those through.
May I help you?
Please, tell us what this old ring is worth.
Ho ho! I have not seen one of these in a very long time.
Well, what is it?
This is no simple ring. See that sigil? Used to seal letters it was. The owner must have been someone quite important, but you'd best speak with Jamiel if you want to know who it belonged to. If you want to know about crests and such, he's the one to ask.
Gah, not again. I just want my jinglies. Hopefully Jamiel will be the last one we have to ask. Jinglies and shinies, jinglies and shinies. Gimme, gimme, gimme my jinglies and shinies. Boop, not a door. There's Jamiel.
Now, what could you two spry younglings need from an old man like me?
We want to know how much we can get for the signet ring. Please tell us, the suspense is killing me.
Where did you get this? It belonged to a Malik of Nabathareng.
Ooh, that sounds very valuable indeed. So, how much?
To a historian, it is priceless. In all likelihood, there is only one such ring in existence. Though I am afraid that to the layman unversed in ancient sigils, it is worth no more than any other signet of a similar age. Anyone in Nabathareng with even a modicum of wealth would have had one bearing their mark.
So, it is priceless, but also not worth very much? I am confused. It looks like we will not be rolling in riches after all. I am very sorry to have dragged you around Mordsuk for nothing. But as we always say, no such thing as a thing no one needs. And hard work is its own reward. Something like that, anyway. While your coin purse may be no heavier than before, you have learned an important lesson. At least I think so. Gun. Naboth breakdown. Gun is finally ready to obey his father's orders and take a well-earned rest. Now that business with the ring is over, I should rest, as I said I would. Then your promise to my father will be fulfilled.
Actually, there is something I should like to discuss with you. I am in no rush, however, so let us speak again after your repose.
Ah, my curiosity, it is piqued. Please, you must tell me now. I can rest while I listen.
Oh, well, if you insist. I would like you to help me search for more relics from Nabathareng. If my suspicions are correct, I know where many such artifacts are waiting to be uncovered. I base this claim on my knowledge of the route chosen by the Malik when he led his people's exodus from the Flood of Light. Though many tried to take their most prized possessions with them, it soon became apparent that such burdens would only hinder their escape. Each household discarded their personal treasures one piece at a time. By following the exact path traveled from Nabathareng, we would be able to unearth many more priceless treasures. What say you? Will you lend me your aid?
Of course! And now that I have finished resting, I'm ready to start digging!
You are quite sure?
I am! Callista, you should come too! You have already found one of these shinies. Maybe you can find some more.
You will be amply remunerated for your efforts, even if there are no profits to be made from the sale of the items themselves. I too am a proponent of the motto, honest pay for honest work.
We should go before my father tries to stop me. Honestly, there is no such thing as working too hard. Oh, wait. Where are we going?
The first location is to the east of the inn at Journey's Head. Allow me to lead the way.
Okay, well, we have to go that way anyway. This is perfect. It's almost like they designed it this way. Bun. So then we'll pick up, what's her name again? Tessaline? That's not quite right. Tessaline. I was close. I was very close, actually. All set. Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Do you think you can handle any beasts that try to make a meal of us?
Oh, yes.
I thought you might. Alisaie was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? Sand bowl.
No! Stay away, Sandmole! Stay away! Toba.
Tessaline. short work. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I'd always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind, she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Hey, Twitch! Welcome to Twitch. Oh, there's the destination. Yeah. Ooh, Aether Current. Be careful, Aleti. Oh, I gotta go from up here. There we go. Oh, there we go. I suppose I should check that out and see if there's any other ones that we would have missed. 309 yalms to the north. Alright, well after we talk to Tesleen here, we'll head north. Alright, we'll take you out. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. But first, we must go north. $152 yalms. Seems like it's up in this rib cage, maybe. This guy's coming after us. Oh, it's on top. Samuel's backbone, huh? Uh-oh. This kind of looks like a jumping puzzle. Oh, maybe not. Nope, it's not that bad at all. Just an incline. All right. Whoop. 354 yalms to the west. Okay, that's that one that I saw over here that I can't get to yet until I come from the other direction. Whoa. Twitch is just a hollow place. Ancient lizards, huh? Are those the ones where, what's-his-face got the meat from?
Scissor jaws.
Ooh, those look creepy. $248 yalms to the southwest. Okay. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow, but first, let's head inside, shall we?
Cutscene.
Do we finally reunite with Alisaie? Very hospitable inn. Looks lovely. Welcome to the Inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Crystarium since Alisaie arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alisaie who was so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I'm just gonna keep carrying this heavy box. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alisaie give you the full explanation. Okay. Before we forget, we will talk to the Amaro Keep. And then we will attune to the Aetheryte. We're already almost halfway through 71. This is like a slow version of the theme. Tesleen casts her gaze around the inn, hoping to spot Alisaie. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone.
Scavengers hunted.
We were just there. So let's go talk to Gun first here. Oh, wow. That is quite the bright set of rocks there.
Gun.
It does not smell of treasure here. Maybe I'm not sniffing hard enough.
As I recall, there should be a few artifacts scattered around this area. The first items to be discarded were those of little value or simply too cumbersome to be carried over long distances. However, we can assume that many were buried so that they could be recovered later. Therefore, it seems logical that landmarks such as large outcrops and so forth would be used to indicate their position.
Less talking, more digging! I want to find the shinies! Lots of lovely shinies over here. What have you got? A dirt-encrusted shield. Ooh, a great big shiny. Is this a dinner plate? Jamiel, what is this? It's like a coat of arms or something.
A heraldic shield. The 5 coins above a castle represent each of the great houses of Nabath Areng.
Coins? Is that because they were rich?
Precisely. The capital attracted trade from across Norvrant, and much of the wealth found its way into their coffers. Such a booming economy was not built overnight, however. Although Nabath Areng was largely established by Humes, the harsh desert environment meant that they had to rely on the aid of neighboring peoples. It was the Mord who taught them how to safely traverse the barren plains, methods for finding sustenance, and much besides. They were also respected partners in matters of commerce. The Nabath owed a great deal to your ancestors, Gun.
I never knew.
History is all around us, if we know where to look. Which reminds me, the next location I would like to search is not far from here. This way, if you please.
Alright, so now it'll be whichever one we find first. Them or Alisaie. Looks like them. They're on the way.
Scissor draws.
Getting chased by everything. Oh, I bet you we could do some sand fishing here. At some point. Ooh. Do you think there will be more shinies?
I have reason to believe that more artifacts are resting beneath these ruins. Please take the utmost care with any that you discover, as some may be fragile.
Well, so at least this part of the quest is different than the first one where you had to go to 3 nodes until you found something. Is that Wilson? Nothing but bricks and sand. Have you had better luck? A sand-caked statue. I know what this is. A decorative Mord's head sculpture. Making these is one of our many traditions.
But what is it doing here? We may surmise that it was once kept in the pristine palace of Malik. It once housed tokens of friendship from allied peoples. That the Malik brought such gifts so far from Nabath Areng is proof of their cultural significance. However, when the Nabath and the Mord first came into contact, there were many disagreements. I do not understand. We Mord hate arguing. The art of negotiation is another one of our many traditions. Yes, I dare say that was a decisive factor in these disparate peoples finding common ground. And yet the Mord live on, while the Nabath are no more. Hopefully we will uncover yet more valuable insights to the past at our final excavation site. And may I say, your work thus far has been nothing short of exemplary. Please, save your thanks for when we have finished. There is much still to be done, more treasures to be found.
Gun can barely contain his excitement at the prospect of yet more digging. Semi-auto Malik. Night World Silver Piece. Sells for 500 gil. Or we could get the broad bean soup, or caramels, purple carrot juice, or grilled rail.
I want to dig, dig, dig! Where is the next spot, Jamiel? West from here, close to the Nabath Severance. Then what are we waiting for? We must hurry, must hurry!
Alright, so first, I guess we should check and see if we're close to an southwest. Okay, so we'll be... I was going to say, we actually might be able to see it from this far. So it looks like Alisaie, or at least the first stop to try to find Alisaie, is going to be closer. So we'll check this out over here.
The Derrick.
Alisaie is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground, and they look to be about the right size. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. A gill man, huh? Are those like weird zombie creatures? Or like mummies? The footprints continue to the northwest. So up there, but now we are closer over here to these guys. Maybe. Oh, he just stopped. I was gonna say, he kept coming and coming. Northwest. Oh, okay. So it's going to be up on the other side, kind of where Alisaie is.
Yes, this is the spot. Let us see what we can find here. Nothing yet, but every handful of dirt I sift brings me closer to the shinies. Gun, there is something I would like to ask you. Yes, I am listening, working, but listening. Why do you go to such lengths to help me? You have had barely a moment's rest since we first began, yet you set about your digging like a man possessed. What can I say? I love to work, that is all. Maybe that is not such a good answer. I mean, I am a Mord of Mordsuk. This is our way. Is that so? No such thing as a thing no one needs. And you need these treasures, yes? Then I will find them for you. Helping each other, helping outsiders, it makes no difference. A job well done is a source of great pride for Mord. Now I see why the Naboth valued your ancestors' friendship so highly. Oh, I have found something. A tube? Wait, there is a lid. Let me open it. Ah, something is inside. Jamiel, what is this? A djinn. He's gone. Where did he go? Curious. Well, that was weird. But I wanted to show him the treasure. Of all the times to go for a stroll. Can you go and look for him? You will see further from higher ground. I will wait here and guard the relic. Ugh. Just unleashing all the stuff on the Gill Man. Ugh. Northwest. Okay, so it's going to be up there. Ooh, that's a big sand sucker. Southwest. Oh, there it is. There, I see it. Like 3 birds with 1 stone here. Multitasking, like a pro. Jamiel is nowhere to be seen. You'd best report your findings, or lack of, to Gun. Gun to ya. Bombada to ya. I might have bitten off too much. Yep, I fucked up.
I didn't have my chocobo healer either, so that was my mistake. That was my mistake. Got too greedy. Should have had my chocobo out. Should have had Boko out to heal me. That's right. It'll only take us like 5 minutes to get back. Was doing so well at multitasking too. The Inn at Journey's Head. I kept trying to think of what that reminded me of. It reminds me of the Clash at Demon Head. My gosh. The game really wants me to ride the Behemoth mount. Oh, Lord, dude. There we go. Something different. Oh, yeah. It's not even 5 minutes. It's going to be like 2 minutes to get back. Fly, bird. Lots of footprints. Attacks me with his rotting bandages. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. We maybe should have talked to Gun first. Before I end up, like, sucked away somewhere else. Ooh, a Sin Eater.
Get back here!
Oh, wow.
Is that... It can't be.
Nice. Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Was she mad at us?
How are you?
She's not mad. Uh-oh.
We've fought them to a standstill, then. The XIV did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the XIV by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them.
Oh, don't worry, I went back.
But
They're
we
fine.
still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
Is that going to piss him off when I tell him that I can go back?
10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters. That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects, but when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood.
Takes a while for them to dissolve,
Once
jeez.
the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
So that's the affliction. Turning them into Sin Eaters, and then we just have to kill them. Alright, first though, we better go talk to Gun. Hopefully it doesn't teleport us back. Not like we're that far away. It's just a matter of time, more for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Culling their ranks. Headgear coffer. Alisaie would have you help her finish her patrol. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn and you clear the west. That way you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Oh, that guy would not be turned away.
So, what happened to him?
No clue.
You do not know? Oh, this bodes ill indeed. While you were gone, I inspected the treasure. Inside was a scroll which shows the Naboth royal family tree. And the last Malik's name was Jamiel. Which can only mean one thing. That he is really the last Malik's ghost. He must have needed someone to find his final treasure so that he could pass into the afterlife. We must inform Father. If there are ghosts wandering around, he needs to warn everyone. Good work, Gun.
Alright, well, our circling around will lead us back up that direction, so that kind of works. That kind of works. As long as I go the right direction. It's so different from the battle music in the other expansions. Oh no! Ah, interrupted. This reminds me, I probably should get my chocobo out. Alright, he's still in healer stance. That is good.
Okay, now we can survey in peace.
Forgiven cowardice. Yeah, I got my positionals in because he paused there. Okay, one Sin Eater down. Oh. Aw, Sin Eater didn't show up then. Kind of wasted my Life of the Dragon on that guy. We look like we're almost exactly at halfway here. Short work of him. Okay, so now we just need to head back there. But first... But wait, there's more. We'll head back this way. Complete that other task. See if that's the final in that string, or if we got one more here. Twitch. There's Gun. I am not sure what Father will make of these goings-on, but I must tell him what we saw, or rather, what we did not see. Callista, you have been assisting my son with his work, yes? This is true, Father, but we have grim tidings. Huh? There he is.
Master Gengen, might I have a... Ah, there you are. Whatever is the matter?
Do not come any closer.
Excuse me?
Keep away from me, spirit. Look at his angry eyes.
I beg your pardon. I may be rather long in the tooth, but I am still very much alive, I assure you. So you came to the conclusion that I was a ghost of the last Malik, on the basis that we have the same name. Perhaps we had best put this misunderstanding down to an overactive imagination. Jamiel IX, the last Malik, was my grandfather. I was named after him, which makes me Jamiel X.
So you are Naboth royalty. It all makes sense now, I think. But why did you disappear like that?
I tried to tell you that I was going to return to Mordsuk to prepare your reward, though it seems that you did not hear me. All of that scrabbling around in the dirt must have drowned out my voice.
Oh, sorry about that. I will listen harder from now on.
In any case, I am incredibly grateful to both of you. I have learned much of my people in their exodus from the flood.
But there must be many, many more shinies for us to find. And that is not all. I want to know more about the history of the Mord and their friendship with the Naboth. It is my duty as future leader of Mordsuk. We cannot leave the treasures buried under the desert, or let the stories of our ancestors be forgotten. Let us work together to unearth the past.
Master Gengen, you have raised a fine son.
And he will be a great leader one day if he can avoid walking himself into an early grave.
Gun, there are many relics waiting to be discovered, but there is no need to rush. They will not crumble away to nothing while you are resting. Come, we have much, to discuss.
Bye-bye. Oh, Gun, where are your manners? Callista, I am sorry. He has forgotten to express his gratitude. Please allow me on his behalf. Thank you. But I was wondering, between all of that digging, did he find time to rest?
Nope. Sure didn't. We'll take the silver pieces.
Now we are over halfway to the next level. Boop, 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 boop. Off to the inn. Now, this stuff is all pretty neat so far. Renrick. Boo! How did you fare? Ah, I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin-eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin-eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols. To call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. And you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? We shall. She hasn't been telling you stories, had she? Oh, gods. Alisaie tells me you helped her out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alisaie has missed your company. Everything is always, if Callista were here, she would. That's an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Callista's methods. Honestly, after seeing her in action, I can understand why. The way she leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself.
Ahem, only teasing. Though I've no doubt she deserves all the admiration she gets, just as you do. Tesleen has the air of a woman being pulled in 10 directions at once. I'd love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alisaie? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there must be something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, that's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alisaie. While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Pawnil, Todden, and Hulric. They may not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Well, there's Hulric. We can't talk to him first. Thank you. You're Alisaie's friend. That's good. Todden. Oh. Todden glances up at you blankly, but you notice the tension in his face ease slightly. He's not doing well. He's like probably about to turn. And we've got Hulric. We're like miming at him. Uh-oh. Hulric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. About to turn. We're gonna have to take him out of town and take care of him, I'm guessing. You've seen to the patients. How were they? Good. That's good. I knew they would enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Hulric, though. Shh. He can hear. He's right there. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to... We shall leave you to have that discussion, then. I was going to take Callista to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Callista. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Are there any other big quests to pick up? It does not look like it. Just side quests. And then let's do this just to see if there's anything right close. 248 yalms to the south. Okay, that's like on the other side of the hill here, it looks like. Or the crevasse, not hill. To Mordsuk! Gadzooks! Ooh. Excuse me. Let's see about that nectarine, shall we? Nectarines are pretty good. I'm more of a plum person, though. Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we were looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh, yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a Mord merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. Ahem, the worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Bum 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 ba bum bum bum. Mord Sook Guard. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed wrigglers, you actually brought them. I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, all right? Only once. Never fails. Shall we? Cutscene time. Cutscene time.
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond?
Clouds?
That's what the land became after the light flooded in.
Oh.
An empty white nothingness.
Kind of like the burn.
Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough.
It's not true.
But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Thanks for leaving me.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
Yeah, he said as such.
But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield. So I swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
Alright, sorry about that. Just needed to check one thing and we're good. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Urianger's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just the threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death.
Back down here, please. 1/4 portion.
So I think what I'm going to do at this point, since I'm already like a level ahead of where I'm at, we're gonna flip over here to Red Mage. And then since this is what we've been doing with this gear, is we will do our hand gear coffer and our head gear coffer. Brightening cap of casting. Oh, that's kind of a goofy looking cap. Was it chest also? Nope, I don't think so. Hands, it was hands. Oh yes, that is a very goofy cap. Go ahead. I think she's been waiting for us. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Thank you. Alisaie's explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not heed it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Helric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. The time left to us. Tesleen makes an effort to smile brightly. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. Why, we don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Time for me to make you some stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
And understand you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
The poison! You're all going to die!
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
Yeah. We'd be the courteous guest, even though we're hiding our eyes, which in some
it's
cultures
nothing, really.
would be mean.
We do so rarely have guests. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable.
Hey, Lily.
To receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
They're coming.
Desleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear,
Uh-oh.
I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
That's not good. Shit's about to go down. You were watching Don Don earlier, thought you'd pop in. Good to have you here, Lily. Hope you're having a great evening and had a good weekend. Callista, Alisaie, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone... We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, be all right. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Getting an antibody test soon. Red Cross tests all donated blood for the antibodies. They love your blood. It's a win-win.
The Red Cross, yes, give us your blood. We shall test your blood. We want your blood.
Well, that'd be good. Then you'll know if you actually had it or not. Fly, flightless bird. And it's free. Well, see, then it's win-win-win. Oh, you have O negative blood? Yeah, then they definitely do want your blood, usually. Alright. It has been a while since I have done Red Mage. Hope I remember. Where all my buttons are. You see no sign of Hulric. Maybe he went further west. I'm pretty sure that also... Let's do this quickly. 128 yalms to the west. So maybe we can find that. Yalms to the south. Oh, there it is. I've been great. Had a busy weekend. Not doing anything like earth-shattering, but no, it was a good weekend. So then, yeah, just kind of chilling tonight. Had kind of a all over the place work day, so that wasn't the greatest. But I don't know. That's just the way things go sometimes. And now that work is over, I don't have to think about that. So, whoa, boink. But yeah, otherwise I cannot complain at all. Scan your surroundings in search of Hulric and suddenly find yourself under attack. Oh, that's not how this class works. This is how this class works. Oh, I screwed up. Now we got it. I mean, we're sure that wasn't Hulric? We're gonna run away from you for now. And you. And you. We'll have to fight another Sin Eater, probably, I would guess. Oh, not right away. This must be where Hulric is. So we'll maybe see a transformation, even.
Any sign of him?
Nope.
No luck, then. But he surely can't have gone far.
Oh, nice. This song again.
We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
That was a random drop of that song for a second. Oh, wow.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble.
After it! After it!
There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
Oh, nice.
We have to run!
Oh no.
Tessie! No!
Well, that's not good.
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Uh-oh. So she's gonna get, like... Jesus. Holy cripes. Well, that's not horrifying at all. Jesus.
No!
Cripes. Well, that was dark. I mean, this game has like had some pretty like horrific things before, but nothing like that. Jesus. I'm sorry, Callista. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. So I have to tell him? It's just so unfair. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Will Forte?
I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I can barely... I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. About giving people the chance to say their goodbyes.
So it is weird that they played Solas's song there for a split second. I don't know if it was like an accident or... Ulrich is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. Alisaie is lost in grief, tears on the sand. Oof. Alisaie. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them. To me. Sorry to interrupt. We realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Ulrich. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too late. Too slow. And I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Ulrich back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing in my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Ulrich's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Ulrich. Keep Teslene's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes. And a purpose. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. What do they think they can do? That was a little out of place, but... Alright, so before we leave, let's attack one of these sandworms here. Actually, what we wanted to do before we got distracted is go check for this other aether current down here. Oh no! I screwed it up. I had my chance to cast Verflare or Verholy, and I screwed it up. There we go. Okay, yeah. So I think the next one is too far to the south. It's on the other side of the gap, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's gonna be over there. Let's get closer to the derrick just to make sure. $255 yalms southwest. Yeah, okay, so it's over there. Okay. So we made sure of that. The other one was over here. So I think we collected all of them we could. So let's go back to Mordsuk, and then we'll run over. Or I suppose we could take the... Well, maybe we could. We should see if we can take the Amaro Porter back that way. Because that would probably be the fastest way. Bum, 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 bum. Amaro Keep. Nope. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna have to run. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, there's some dramatic things that have happened, but nothing that was like just that, like, over the top, like, dark. Like a person's face like changing and then their eyes hollowed out as they transform into a beast. I don't really remember anything else that has really happened like that to this point. Which is funny because it was so lighthearted leading up to that. Like all the stuff in Mordsuk was all like happy-go-lucky. Hey, we're singing, we're digging, we love to work. Forgive me, Callista, I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way, with steel.
Miss Alisaie, is there anything I can get you?
Your swiftest tomorrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately.
As you wish.
Caw-caw! Alright, so now I'm guessing we head over to talk to Elfino and gather him. Ooh, that does remind me. Okay, we got that. Okay, yeah, that was the only one that was that direction. There's some that are in Lakeland here.
Remind me to wear goggles if we ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes. But the wind did help to clear my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out, shall we? Bum, 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 ba-da-bum.
So, I think what we're going to do first, though, is see if we can't track down these other two marks that we have. And at the same time, see if there's any aetherites to collect. Because we haven't really done much exploring yet. And granted, I'm sure there's going to be other options to explore Lakeland here. Yalms to the west. Alright, well, we're not going to get there this way. Oh, these things are a little bit, these are level 71 beasties, huh? Hop traps, though, that's one thing that we need to fight. Ah. Oh shit. Heal myself first. Better get some healing down. There we go. Alright, so that's 2 of them. I think we need 4 total. Hop traps. 3. So we need 1 more hop trap. And then we're looking for wetland wargs. There's another hop trap. Alright, so let's try to get our rotation done correctly this time. Oh. I was doing swift cast, not acceleration. Ha! That maybe helps. It seemed like I was getting lucky, so... Or it seemed like I was still proccing things right. There we go. Alright, well, we're level 71 now. Northwest. Northwest. Okay, so it's got to be just on the around this bend here. Oh yeah, there it is. A sensor gate, huh?
Quite a sight of the Crystal Tower to be had from here, eh? Take a moment to appreciate it before you move on.
That is a cool design. That is for sure. What do you have to say, Vearth?
We don't see much in the way of fighting here at the Ascensor Gate. Sometimes I fear I'll forget how to wield my blade.
So let's see here. We have the belt, Embrasure, Weed Brick, Knot Lap, Sullen, Amarang, Bridges, Fort Job, Church of the First Light. So I'm not seeing where the wetland is that it mentioned.
This is the Ascensor Gate, the final checkpoint before the Crystarium. Captain Lina has apprised me of your coming. You may pass.
Forest of the Lost Shepherd. Someone in their mount. Northeast. Three alms to the southeast. Oh, there it is. There she blows. I'm sure there'll be a ways northeast. So that away. Do a little more exploring here before we head back to the MSQ. weathering. 194. Alright, well, we're heading in the right direction. Yate Veo. Se Wantanejo. Up, it's up there. So how do we get up there? XIV gate, huh? Oop. Well, we found another settlement. Ahead of when we were probably supposed to. But we might as well attune to it if we're here. Do our repairs. Alright. All done. So now we just have to see about getting up on top of that. That's not working. Well, it must be on the other side. We'll go around to the other side then. And after we get that Aether Current, unless the other one's like real close, we probably should head back to the story here. So close. But we can get up over here. So I'm guessing next, after we talk to the Exarch, we'd be heading off to gather Elfino. Northwest. So it's back. It's probably up over on top of that hill. But, yes, we probably should hold off for now until we're ready to head this direction. The Forest of the Lost Shepherd. Okay. So where is the Forest of the Lost Shepherd? Oh, okay. Alright, so we need to head that way. Whoops. Probably should have been a little more careful with that. I would like to try to collect these 2 kills that we need before we head back. And then the next time we go back to the Crystarium, we should also check to see if we have any new quests to pick up. Alright, so now we need to head... We can go up to the road, though, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe we should just head due west here. Oh no, we can go up to this pathway up here, I think. Double check and see if there's any aether currents close. 357 to the east, alright. Embrasure. Oh, those look like the things we're looking for. Sure is. Nope. Alright, that's one. We just need one more. Verflare! Oh. There we go. Alright, yes. So that paid off. 306 yalms to the west. We'll be back this way.
Back to the Crystarium we go.
And while we teleport, I'm going to take another quick break. We'll be back in a moment. All right. We are back. Okay, so to find out where Alisaie went... Okay. To the docile gate, then.
Let's go to the Ocular.
Thank you for seeking me out, Callista. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction, but you have still to visit Ulfano, haven't you?
And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, eh? In search of Alphino. The Crystal Exarch is eager for you to meet with Alphino. You will visit Alphino in Colusia, then. Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is the letter of introduction. Present it to Zem Jemai, the master of beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Whenever I come to the Crystarium, the sands of Amarang seem a world away, and yet they both lie under this same wretched sky. Your first order of business will be to reunite with Alphino and Alisaie. In doing so, the predicament here in Norvrent should become abundantly clear. As for communications with the source, Feo Ul will gladly serve as your messenger. If needs be, however, you yourself should be capable of making the journey between worlds. Yep, we've already done that. Once or twice. Righto, righto. Okay, so up to the Rookery then. And then let's do this. Oh, yep. So we'll switch back to Dragoon for now. And then if we hit 72 before we get to, or once we get to like level 71 quests, we can swap back to Red Mage and keep leveling that along the same lines. So the Temenos Rookery. Oh, okay, so we have a different mount that we'll have to use this way. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you at my Rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Colusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp.
Amaro are often used for traveling, then.
That's right. Mounts like my grey friend over there are a common sight in these parts. But I gather you hail from further afield. More accustomed to chocobos, perchance. I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding Amaro, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts.
Oh, yep. And then I was also going to check. I'm guessing this is either locked because it's for... Oh, yes. That's probably going to be for my crafters and gatherers. I do not have any of them to level 70 yet. So let's go up to the Amaro launch. And we'll talk to the aspiring Amaro tamer.
You want to fly an Amaro to Colusia? Well, I suppose if Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly.
You can now travel to Colusia. Speak with the aspiring Amaro tamer to fly to the island.
whistling breeze mute, the pounding surf frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Kalusia. So that kinda... I mean, that looks similar to part of Limsa Lominsa a little bit, which is interesting. All right, Shazam Genmai.
We have arrived. This is Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Kalusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yumoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city.
Okay, will do.
I am glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Quest complete! Rah, 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 rah.
Whatever Sem Genmai has to tell you, he plainly deems it worthy of your undivided attention. A steel tide.
If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there. A man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kalusia, and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Yes, 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 yes.
So then, Kalusia, I don't know if I have a mark here. Let's find out. Kalusia, the Shadow Fault. Island rails, 3 of them. So let's see if we can see where the Shadow Fault is. Sure cannot at the time. All right. Well, we'll see if we hobble, if we wander into it or not. Hey, Mr. Hobgoblin, let's be friends.
Bam!
Boink. Got a big old gobbo there, too. Maltash. Hello. Ah, this is the Fisherman's Shack. Hey, Ybor.
What you after? Fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you've a taste for 'em.
You know what might make them tastier? A little lake time.
Oh, I do love a bit of time. Chuck some in the pan and it's like a bloody festival of flavor.
Now, what is it I can do for you?
Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks.
I'm looking for Alphino.
Alphino, aye. Yeah, I know the one. Our young champion of the downtrodden.
Yulmore's richer than all of Norvrant put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city.
Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive,
which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more.
Aye, I can hazard a guess as to where he is now, get a message to him.
But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes.
Make for Steeltide, that's the fishing village just up the path there.
You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call the Lucky Keel. Wait there and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Can do, can do. So yeah, this like actually resembles a bit more. This is much more similar to what our world is like. What Eorzea is like. Yeah. Whereas the other place was much more tainted by the light.
Attune, 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 to the Aetherite in town.
Steeltide. The Leaky Keel. Oh, wait. Before we do this, so we don't forget, talk to this guy so that we can travel here via Amaro if need be. Hey, favor. Yes, dear, buy a drink or out you go. The seats are for paying customers. This your first time at a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? Ale, mead, water. Ah, let's do ale. A fine choice, and what'll you be paying with? Here's some gill.
Well now, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that?
I'm sorry, dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squish any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful for me sleeping on the job. From me for sleeping on the job. There we go, that makes more sense. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Alright, I can do that. Used to being an errand girl, I guess. Errand person. What is that thing? Level 80. Indomitable. It's like a robot frog thing. Governor's Row. Alright, must be one other bad spot here that we have to... There we go. Oops, I must have moved ever so slightly. Barred door. No response. Maybe you need to lock louder. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Oh. Your friend's no longer here, ma'am. Duergar Mountains. Where were the dudes we need to kill? Shadowfault. Alright, still haven't stumbled across that. And they're called Island Rails, okay. Back down to town. Tell her that the guy's AWOL. Community updates. Someone's fighting things over there. Oh, that's where the striking dummies were, I think. Welcome back, dear. What did the good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Gone? Huh. Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Yulemore?
You don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink on the house. I'd rather drink inside, ma'am. There he is.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
I was kind of close on her voice. I was much more nasally.
Tis good to see you, my friend. The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well,
You really know how to talk to the ladies, Alphino.
Tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
Alright, let's go back.
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu. It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. The time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
We thought we'd lost you.
Huh. Alisaie said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Well, the war is at a stalemate. And then I came here.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alisaie told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change. But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
Like an Asian?
Which can only mean one thing.
Oh.
Black Rose.
That makes sense.
Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Asians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail.
Just
but
like
I can
everything.
tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Yeah.
And so we take to the road once more.
Another road trip movie. Look at this little guy. We'll get some waist gear. Woo! Can't wait to get that belt. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. No, I guess I also should have been checking here. 146 to the north. We were right by one. It's probably up on that outcropping. Oh, it's right there on that one. Further to the north. Okay, yeah, it's probably the next one is probably up here, but we'll see if it isn't. Because we probably wouldn't have any other need to come up to this little region, so we might as well make sure it's not down here somewhere first. I don't think it will be. It's probably up on top of that shelf there. Yeah. It most assuredly is up there somewhere. Okay. So that means we can start heading back the other direction. Yalms to the south. So there's something down along the ocean line here that we missed last time we were this direction. Oh, right there. Right there it is. to the west. Might as well just unlock this little area here, though. There we go. Another one that's probably up on top there. So I'm pretty sure that many yalms is way past where that cliff face is. Calusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. Oh, to think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No! Get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. That's a big iguana. He's quick, too. Ah, Sin Eater. Manic Madame. Okay, it is. Oh, thank the fates, look out! Life of the dragon, consume you. My poor heart, thank you, young miss. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings. But I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell, nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let that stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulemoor with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sin Eater's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now I'm sure a strapping lass like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. "'Tis as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulemoor's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, There are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Everything. Ah, yes. Alisaie would be well equipped, well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amareng, Kalusia is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks to follow the path that leads west. Oh, the Shadow Fault. Okay. Yeah. So that's where we have to find those things. So it looks like we're heading in that direction. Northwest. So that might be reachable, but that seems like it's where that Aetheryte is, which I'm guessing is part of the direction we're heading in.
One second. All right.
Ah, those things are quick. Ooh. Look at that guy.
Come, give me a kiss. Rah.
The Whale's Breach. Oh, it's like District 9. And here we are.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Gilmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh?
A begrimed bloke.
Voiced by Vinnie Jones.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
She's not here to compete. Leave her be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Oh, nice.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu. Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
I don't think my culinarian level's high enough.
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
It kind of rhymes.
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident. For you. Enjoy.
How nice. We'll just pass out dinner rolls.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let us just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
I've caught their eye. We'll get in, I just know it. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Yulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fell on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. The bubbling cook pot. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. Unfulfilled forager.
Oh, here we go. Oh. Preoccupied petticoat? Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? It's a pretty cool looking town, to be honest. Northwest. Whoops. Okay, it's on the other side of the wall here. We'll have to get through the gate first before we can get the Aether Current, apparently. Oh, this is the begrimed bloke again.
Still here, are you? Can't blame you for wanting a slice of Yulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much to look at, aye, but at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted.
That was not a good Vinnie Jones impersonation. You've seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of meal and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay unable to conceive of any other way of life. My accent was all over the place for him there. A fickle existence. Elfino wears a look of profound disapproval. You disapprove of these people's way of life? Disapprove? It frustrates me, certainly. That is only part of it, though. The whole situation makes me uneasy. Not that it matters. However unjust the system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forgo Yulmore's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the island are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Kalusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all of this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way.
I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken these long-delayed steps through Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Callista. I have been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should come to fruition. Soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home in the seas surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But, as Tataru took such great pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. Maybe. We'll wait and see. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me make the exchange? But of course, good chap.
Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then, we must pay a visit to Moshamoa, my supplier and right. Come, it is just to the northwest of here.
Uh-oh. Someone was listening in. Oi! Gonna beat us to the Ondo.
Doing some mining there. Ah, the Shadow Fault. This is where we're looking for the beasts that we need to kill. It's not a Germinant, though. Ah, it looks like Island Rails. Oh, I screwed that up. One more. There we go. Perfect. All part of a master plan. Or something like that. Alright. Nice. Moshamoa. This is Moshamoa, the farmer of whom I spoke. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshamoa. This is my associate, Callista. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Eh? I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. My Stell lad, short blue hair, no. He said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of town, and I shall take the west. I cannot believe that happened. That's why you don't talk about your plan out in the open. Wood eyes are watching you. Wood eyes are watching you. Southeast. Alright, so there should be... Okay, here we go. I was going to say, there should be a destination here somewhere. Search the surroundings for a male Maestel with short blue hair. Alright, so another one of these like we had in Stormblood. There we go. You have located your quarry.
Take the shot. Take the shot.
Oh, this isn't a sniper minigame like it was with the ninjas in Doma.
Oh, sorry, Shinobi.
Callista, any sign of him?
Over there.
You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. To Calibri. Try to get this Aether Current here first. It's like an upbeat Cranberries song.
there you are.
Captured red-handed.
The thief who claimed the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I'm going to guess that if you're not rich, it's still not a paradise inside. Just gonna hazard a guess.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
Thank you. Well, then how are we going to get in, Elfino? Come on. Just say it's a 3-person deal.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
The bottom one. Quite possibly, meaning we better hurry up and think of a new plan. Way to go.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind
I like
words
his
nonetheless.
impersonation.
Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Rite then? Is that...
Was he dead? Uh-oh. So the Ondo just stole his stuff
I can't
and
be
killed
sure,
him?
but I think someone's in trouble. Come on. They may need our help.
Kai Shear sounds like a Star Wars name. Venmont Yards. That's a big crab. Here, he's breathing, I think, though he won't last long without help. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Oh, mercy, mercy, I beg you! Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever going to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Trystal. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Valthry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the God's damned ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me, luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such barbaric punishment? Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Valthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. Sounds like a lovely place. Ah, that fire's chased the chill from my bones. Thank you again. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first we should convey Trystal to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air.
Controller switch.
Away into the city. Is he back in the town? Yeah. 89 yalms to the southwest. Oh, there it is. Righto, righto. Oh, just finished. Oh, shit. Well, it didn't matter. This is an interesting little place here. Barrow Isle. Does it open? Nope, not yet. $699 yalms to the north. That's way up there. Back to right.
I wonder what Tristal will do now. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to my stomach. But since it's plain you've set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided. But I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Animal Crossing villager, you have a carp? Where you get it? Me? I caught it right in front of you. Yep. Yeah, they're not the most observant, are they? Should you make it into the city, have care what you say and do. I wouldn't want you to save my life only to lose your own. So, yeah, Zach was talking earlier about the new Harvest Moon comes out tomorrow, right? Or, well, today now, technically, I think, right? So are you going to start playing that, Lily, or are you waiting for Story of Seasons later in the month? City of Final Pleasures. Alphino weighs the brush you received from Tristal, deep in thought. Yeah, right? I think that's what it's called. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristal has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. You'll see what the reviews are. You don't have a lot of faith in Natsume? Yeah. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. They already burned that bridge with you after releasing those terrible games staining the franchise? Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe that they would have, you know, figured out how to fix things, you know? Thanois watches the path to the shipyard with anxious eyes. Oh, who are you? Forgive me, it's not often we see travelers in Rite, and with how dangerous it is hereabouts. I even worry for my husband taking the road down to the shipyard, and he's as strong as a Talos. He has been gone a good while, though. If you're headed that way, could you please let him know his wife is expecting him at home? If they figure out how to make semi-decent games, you'll consider playing it? A village of woe. Euless appears to have been awaiting your arrival. Excuse me, but you're the Lady Alphino was traveling with, aren't you? I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch your name. You roast them a lot. Well, I mean, if they burned that bridge, they deserve it. I mean, I used to love Bungie, but after, you know, being burned by Destiny, I, you know, take my shots at them pretty regularly. Ah, Callista, how lovely to meet you. My name is Euless, and I'm the acting village mayor. I was hoping someone of your talents would pass through right before long. The thing is, I need to visit someone up at Stonegazer, but I'm afraid to walk the path alone. Do you think you could provide an escort? My thanks, I just couldn't bring myself to ask one of the villagers. You see, there was an incident a while back where a veteran band of hunters was badly mauled. Simply mentioning that it's unsafe to wander outside the village these days would be enough to bring back memories of that grisly scene, which is why it's been so difficult to even bring up the subject. But such does not change the fact that the roads are indeed dangerous. Pray meet me on the path to the north and be prepared to fend off the wildlife. You would get banned because you really have a good thing to say about them? Okay, so let's go talk to that fella first here. The only thing you'll say is that the new game doesn't look as bad as the others, but that's not saying much. I was going to say, if the game comes out today, the review should be out soon, if not already, I would think. Then again, I guess if it's not like a... Though, I mean, Harvest Moon and those types of games have enough of a following, you'd think like the IGNs and the Kotakus and stuff would have some reviews out sometime soon. I suppose it depends on when they got the review copies. And if the games are a bit of a shit show, it could be that they're not in the state to be sharing yet, so they got them last minute. As you can see, you're rather passionate about the genre. Well, that's true. I mean, you've talked about it quite a bit before. Something I could do for you, stranger. Well, beat me with a hammer. Has it been that long? I was aiming to salvage the planks from this old hull, but she's given me more trouble than I bargained for. Bit of a waste to leave all this lumber lying around. Not much call for seaworthy ships since the light ate up half the world, you understand. So I reckoned it were better for a woodworker like me to put it to good use. These boards, though, they're so tightly joined I can't pull the bleeding things loose. Here, do me a favor and sprinkle some of this powder on the joints along the keel. I'll keep working on this end, and with any luck I can make it home before the wife stomps down here to fetch me herself. There we go. That should do the trick. Powdered fire crystal is the best thing for melting wood glue. Just pour on a little water and the steam will take care of the rest. This ought to be a one-man job now thanks to you. Oh, and if you could let Thenoise know... Thenoise? It could be Thenoise. No, I'll be done within the hour. Then you'll have helped me out of 2 rough spots today. Right. He's all right then. Well, that's a relief. Wright's had its share of troubles, and a wife does worry. What? He had you helping strip planks? The cheek of that man. Still, we're lucky his father taught him the trade at all, even if he uses those skills to take ships apart instead of building them. A woodworker puts food on the table, so I'm grateful to his family for keeping up their traditions. And I'm grateful to you for bringing me peace of mind. Please, take this for your kindness. Alright, so now we can head north of town with, the mayor, Euless. Dun, 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 dun. What did I tell you? I was barely 10 steps out of the village. Come, let us hurry along before more predators have a chance to gather. Thank you for the escort, Callista. This is the gentleman I wish to speak with, so we needn't go any further. Luke. Are you wandering around by yourself out here? You know what kind of creatures lurk beyond the borders of the village. Ah, well, if it isn't Cliff Toll's little girl. Something I can do for you, lass. Yes, sir. I came for an answer to my proposal from the other day. Have you given any thought to taking over as village mayor? I'm doing the best I can in the interim, but I have neither the age nor the wisdom to continue in the role, and the rest of the villagers agree with me. I'm fairly sure I told you nay once already. But seeing as you found a guard just so you could come and talk to me, then mayhap I will consider the idea, in exchange for a few small tasks. You will? Please, just tell me what I need to do. My friend Cliff Toll, your dear father, was looking for a sickle to cut some rope. Would you mind skipping back to the village and borrowing one for me? Why would you... I mean, a sickle, was it? For cutting rope? That shouldn't be too difficult. I had only meant to ask you along for the one trip, but if I'm to complete these tasks, would you be willing to indulge me a while longer? Good day to you, young Euless. You look a little flustered, dear. Was there something I could help you with? And a good day to you, madam. I was actually hoping to borrow a sickle. Is that all? Here, you can take this one. I've several spares, so there's no rush in returning it. Doing a spot of harvesting, are you? My thanks, but it's not for me exactly. I was asked to bring one for my father. Your father? Shadow, save me. Forgive me, if you're to accompany me in these tasks, then you deserve to know the whole story. It was my father, Cliff Toll, who was the former mayor of Wright. After the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened, and the incident I spoke of earlier was something that happened a year ago. One day a stray sin-eater came prowling around and slaughtered nearly half the village. It was a waking nightmare. Some of the villagers blamed my father. They said it was because he refused to accept the protection of Yulmore. The sheer scale of the tragedy and the accusations that followed wore away at his conscience, until finally he could bear the guilt no longer. He hanged himself. Luke, the old man we spoke to, was his closest friend, but considering how he worded his request, it seems he's reluctant to accept the fact of my father's death. Still, I would see this task to its end. Let us bring him his sickle, shall we?
Cy Luke, sir, we've brought the sickle you asked for. Yeah, it is. It's like this. So far, it like bounces between just normal stuff and then super crazy dark stuff. Oh, good, good. Old Clifton will be glad to see this. Oh, sir. Thank you for staying with me, Callista. This might be harder than I expected. Euless appears ready to accept Cy Luke's next task. I am grateful to have you with me, Callista. Thank you again. Cy Luke, sir, I believe you had more tasks for me.
Still here, are you? Yes, tasks. There's a Talos of mine that's taking far too long to make its return. Probably busy tussling with some dim-witted predator. Go and see how it fares and chase off anything slowing it down.
But all the... Ah, you mean that Talos. Pray follow my lead, Callista. We'll find the Talos in question to the southwest of here, and I've no doubt there'll be dim-witted predators aplenty for you to deal with. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, they've kind of captured the desolation of the area with the music. I'd agree with you on that, Lily. Here's the Talos Cy Luke was talking about. I think something's made a nest in there. Well, time to get it out. So the Talos are constructs, it seems like? You know, just killing some squat squirrels, that's all. Our great and mighty Talos. He is the chosen one.
Talos interrupted.
Phew, I'm glad you were here. They must have burrowed in beneath the plates. I know Cy Luke implied the Talos was still moving, but as you can see... Once upon a time, there'd be a line of these contraptions hauling materials down to the shipyard, step by ponderous step, which incidentally is how the slow road supposedly earned its name. But after Daedalus Stoneworks closed down some 15 summers ago, there was no one left to make or maintain their creations. One by one, the Talos slowly fell into disrepair. This particular worker was damaged during the Stray Eater rampage, and it hasn't shifted an ilm ever since. It was always Cy Luke's favorite. Come, let us make our report. Yalms to the north. That's up that way. Looks like a big elevator up to the next level there. Wax Seal Mills. Alright. Now what's gonna happen here? Luke, sir. Callista has cleared away the pests who are bothering your Talos.
It should be left alone for the time being. Excellent news, but I expect he'll need a good polishing when he returns. The most troublesome ones are often the most endearing, eh?
Oh, sir.
You've done me a fine service, thank you.
Indeed, thank you, Callista. I never could have fought such creatures myself. Oh, those dastardly squirrels. If I might impose upon you for the next task as well. The Cape in Bloom. Euless appears determined to complete the last of Luke's tasks. Thank you again for staying. I honestly could not do this without you. Luke, sir, were there any more tasks you had for us?
Just one last thing. I want you to gather some pretty flowers from the split hull as a gift for my darling wife. She went out for her usual walk, but has not yet deigned to come home. I fear I may have said something to sour her mood.
I understand. We shall gather a lovely bouquet for her, then. Well, Callista, will you accompany me to the Cape for some flower picking?
The important tasks that the savior of the world should be doing. Hard Rock Snowman! Parkour!
Oh, it's up above. Wrong turn. Wrong turn. That's a beefy thing. Collusion Bison, huh? No, I'm gonna have to fight it. Not that it really takes a whole lot to kill these things, but... Alright, Euless. This is almost pleasant, isn't it? Aside from the aggressive wildlife, of course. I should tell you about Luke's wife. She was killed in the Eater incident, although I imagine you already suspected as much. They made such a sweet couple. Every day they would walk up this cape, hand in hand, and she would gaze out over the flowers with this warm, contented smile. Luke himself has some training as a warrior. He would guard her as if she were a princess, and he her gallant knight. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... Wounds of the heart are slow to mend. We wouldn't say, do you really think Luke is fit to be mayor? Because I was definitely thinking that earlier as well. That they are. And simply having someone there to share the grief can be enough to carry us through another day. It has been but a year, and we are all still suffering. Some seek to bury the misery beneath cheery faces, and others are yet trapped in the memories of the past. Luke, I fear, is one of the latter.
But if a bouquet of flowers was what it takes to help him work through his sadness, then I would pick every bloom from this cape. Will you give me a hand to find some of the prettier flowers? Pray think of it as a tribute to the deceased. There's the flower patch. Can we weave our way up through without attacking things? Maybe. Alright, it turned back. Choose the ones with the brightest petals. Those are the kind she loved best, I think. Let's see what we have. Yes, these are beautiful. Thank you. Luke will be pleased. Let's take them back to Stonegazer before they get crushed in some scuffle. Alright, we'll teleport back to the town and then head north. Shall be the fastest way there. So my guess is he was pretending to be, like, all crazy just to see what lengths she would go to for a villager to prove to her that she should be mayor. That's my take on it. We made it, and the flowers are none the worse for wear. Luke, Callista and I have returned with the bouquet for your wife. Ah, splendid, thank you. Now, perhaps she will come. She will come back to... Sir? Euless, forgive me. I have asked such cruel things of you. And I must apologize to you as well, Callista. My beloved wife, my dear neighbors, so many gone. After it happened, despair became my only company. I could not even save my closest friend when his torment was plain for all to see. I could never forgive myself. So I embraced this delusion, thinking that maybe if I tried hard enough, if I truly believed they were still alive, that the events of that day would fade away like the nightmare it was. But I succeeded only in hurting those around me. I understand why you did what you did, sir. Truly I do. You always were such a sweet child. I will place the flowers you brought on her grave. She would have loved them. As for me assuming the role of mayor, I am sorry, but I cannot give you a decision just yet. Take as long as you need, and in fact, I might need a little time to recover myself. Callista, if you could give me a moment or two. Another task. This will be the final one, though. Euless awaits a decision from Luke. Thank you for your patience, Callista. Luke still appears to be wrestling with his thoughts.
but perhaps we can help him come to a decision. Sir, I don't mean to press you, but might you have arrived at an answer to my proposal?
Not exactly, no. There is another matter I have yet to reconcile.
Would you mind sharing this matter with us?
Well, it goes back to the day that the Eater attacked the village. I was taking my turn as lookout here at Stonegazer.
It's a duty we take very seriously. They say when the tower was originally built in the time before the flood, they were worried about dwarves and mountain bandits, but these days...
Yes, there is far worse prowling around, and I failed to spot it. The Sin Eater which came that day did not appear as the other monstrosities I have seen. From a distance, it simply looked like a person. I wanted to be sure before I rang the warning bell, but I waited too long. Many who could have fled died because of my hesitation. How could a man of such faulty judgment ever serve you as a mayor? What comfort can I offer those whose loved ones were needlessly slain? None. Not whilst the abomination itself yet roams free to kill again. You would take vengeance on our behalf? That is good, for we were powerless before its might. Should the Eater show its cursed face again, then I pray you are as strong as you appear.
I know nothing of the roads you have walked or the battles you have fought, so I can but echo what Luke has said. Our praise will be for your victory. Well, sir, you've heard Callista's words. Talk of vengeance aside, I do not believe the villagers, either living or dead, hold you responsible for the actions of that monster. And yet I cannot fault you for wanting to remain distant. Pray forgive me for pestering you so.
Nay, 'tis I who should beg forgiveness. Though you've lost as much as anyone, I left you to shoulder the burden of leadership alone.
All will be well with you back among us again. Come, let us return to the village. As I've said, it's unsafe to linger out here for long. Callista, one last escort back to Right, if you would. I was gonna say, so are they gonna get attacked on the way back to the village? Maybe not quite. My thanks for your protection, Callista, not to mention your unfailing patience. It is my hope that now Luke has unburdened his mind to us. His heart will be the tiniest bit lighter. I, for one, feel ready to face another day. After all, I have my friends and neighbors here to help me face it. There was one last thing I wanted to show both you and Luke. It has to do with Wright's traditional industry. If you are interested in taking a look... Oh, good. I was worried you'd had enough of me. My last errand for you, then, will be to have a word with Luke and bring him to the barley fields at the front of the village. I'll be there tending to the crops until you arrive. Alright, dude.
Follow me. Callista, I am grateful for your understanding. And the flowers you brought, my wife would have very much approved of the selection. Now, was there something you wished to discuss with me? And Euless wants me there as well, does she? We had best head over to the fields, then. How long has it been since I've set foot in these fields?
This is what I wanted to show you. This barley crop right here.
This was your father's plot, wasn't it? And you've been tending to it in his absence?
Every single day. I wanted to see his plans come true.
His plans?
Yes, he dreamed of restoring things to how the history books said they once were, before the flood ruined everything. Our village has long been known as a place of artisans. Even the name, Wright, is a nod to all the craftsmen that once made their home here. In years gone by, it's said a line of Talos would stretch down the road, arms bearing lumber, and the shipyard would echo with the calls of shipwrights hard at work. And when the day was done, they would gather here to share an ale in the village. My father, he'd hoped to brew that traditional Wright ale with the barley from this crop, to one day tap a barrel with his family and dear friends and raise a toast to the future. Luke, Callista, will you raise a mug with me when that day comes?
Of course I will.
Nope. Busy, sorry.
But my dear girl, the land here does not nourish the crops as it once did. I fear it will be some time ere you'll have barley fit for the ale you have in mind. In the meantime, will you help me with the rest of Clifton's plans?
The rest?
He wanted things the way they once were, did he not? Then we must first recover from the tragedy which was visited upon us. There is no simple solution, but I mean to do what I can to lead our community out of this mire of pain and grief. Assuming you are still willing to have me as mayor.
Yes, of course, sir. Thank you.
I was set to live out the rest of my life in denial, but you and Euless have opened the eyes of this old fool to what needs to be done, and for that you have my thanks. Now, I had best get to work. I have folk to talk to and plans to make. When you're finished here, Euless, I should appreciate your assistance. Bye.
It worked! I can't believe it worked! Well, Callista, I think this is where we finally part ways. Thank you again for all you have done for us. The people of Wright will go on, even under the weight of our sorrow. It might not happen this day or the next, but together we'll find ways to make things better, to recapture the prosperity this village once had. I look forward to when you next visit. With any luck, I'll be waiting to put a frothing mug of Wright brewed ale in your hand. That's a fun little side story. And we leveled up to 72. Curth and Torment. That's right. Now that I'm level 72, I have to redo my entire hotbar. How to do that? How to do that? Actually, it might not be bad, because then I can get a couple of things onto here that might be better served here. Yep. Alright, so it is late, so I probably should call that a night. Alright, so we got Alisaie back, met with her, got caught up on things with her, saw some horribly, like, just terrible things happen with the Sin Eaters. We kind of know their true nature and what, like, just fright they can wrought on people. And so we got her back to the Exarch, and now we are in the process of trying to get into Yulmore with Elfino. Once we get those two together again, then at that point, I think we start to go for Y'shtola and Urianger to, I don't know, get the entire band back together and see what we can do to try to save this light, blighted world. in the hopes to then eventually save our world. And then at what point do the Ascians sort of make themselves known? Do they have anything to do with what's been happening in this world too? I mean, one would think they probably do. But there was so much of a buildup of all of these Ascians doing all of these things leading up to this expansion that it's going to have to get back to that at some point, one would think. So